want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make
Most illogical. Rejoicing is an emotional response. However, the commencement of the stream is acceptable. The current selection is Nefix's Retribution, a most energetic choice.
Juices in the house, pump it up, get loud, loud, dance until the lights go out, feel the beat, no doubt, no doubt. Let's go.
Carrot House 82 Return is logical. His retro videos are statistically quite diverting. Most illogical Princess Fuzzy but is already present. Is continued. Presence does not require a welcome. Most illogical. The stream is now entering a period of enforced silence for the purpose of displaying ads. It is a most peculiar custom. Princess Fuzzy Button Jazz. Fascinating. It is, logically, an improvisation upon structure, much like Majenko's streaming setting. I suspect it lacks the predictable cadence of rock. However, the emotional output is illogical. It is, however, quite stimulating. Logical. Chloe Raccoon's presence is acceptable. She provides amusing toys.
You guys suck.
The ads were a necessary inconvenience. Your endurance is noted.
Where pixels flicker and the chattel beam. Though you fluttered off, your presence remains. In whispers of wings and echoes of game. Here in Majenko's space we unite to laugh and cheer
Most
through the
illogical. Welcome the swarm of dead insects. It is pleasant.
And with that, we'll get started. Oh, hello. Hello, Switchgear. Hello, Chloe. Hello, Cobb. Hello, Swarm. Hello, Carrot House.
Turn is logical. Welcome.
Everyone's logical. I think I've broken the bot. I decided to switch him over from being Kirk to being Spock, but with the twist of Spock being played by Robin Williams, but he seems to have ignored that, and now it's just everything is just logical. didn't turn out quite as well as I was hoping. So let's undo it. Who shall we have him pretending to be this week? I'm bored with Spock already, and he's only said 3 things. A logical song from Supertramp. Yeah, right. I know what we'll have.
One that resets to my program and does not permit me to replicate total
Jeepin! Happy Mondays!
an illogical request. Perhaps a logical
Let's see what he makes of that.
structure would be more satisfactory. Jeepin 24/7 has returned. A most logical development. Welcome, Jeepin 24/7.
See what happens. We'll see. Right, today's stream. White. I have one of my sons, SUNs, not SONs, on the bench. This is the Spark Station 20. And I'm preparing it for living in the garage. To that end, I want to give it a clean up because it's got shite on it and needs a good clean. It's, yeah, grubby. But also I need to investigate auto power on of some form, because these suns have a soft power switch. One is switch off, one is switch on, and they're momentary. So I need to work out a way I can have it automatically power on when AC is provided. Now I've heard a rumour that if they are forcibly turned off at the mains whilst running, they will automatically power back on. But I don't know if that's true or not. So that's the first thing I want to try out. So I've got my trusty 13W3 adapter for video, slotted into the back, and my VGA connection. They're all very well, these adapters, but they don't have to stick out a long way. Dells do, at least the business ones. Well, Dells are PCs, and PCs have a BIOS, and usually in the BIOS there is a what do I do when AC power is restored option. Whatever it was on before, always power on or always power off. That's pretty universal on all BIOSes. So, but these don't have a BIOS like that. They have open firmware. And the soft power is very much hardware controlled. In that in this one, I believe it's actually built into the power supply, which makes it very much not fun to deal with. No, you can't have this adapter, it's my only one. Right, I have a power cable. I jam it in. And I power it up and it goes beep. And that's VGA. Hopefully we'll see something shortly. (13W3 to VGA, you have 4, 3 of one type, 1 of the other, yes. There is no hard and fast standard with these adapters, unfortunately, because a number of manufacturers use the 13W3 and they all did it differently. Especially SGI were different to everybody else, if I remember rightly. They're also not marked, oh dear. Now the machine that goes bing! Is this going to give me anything on here or not? Or have I got the wrong one?
With 200 bits.
Does take a while to power up.
7 cents.
Sheer 200 hello, and thank you for shipping the chipgate in any that fast.
You're welcome, RHK. Thank you for the bits. Oh, and I added a little extra in there for you.
Fine.
There's more than just a little, more than a Lenny in there.
Don't expect a party.
I slipped a little extra in. Because it's you. Right, why am I not seeing anything on this? I have mouse. It's not initialized on the other video, has it? No. I am on the right input, aren't I? Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to turn it all on down there. There's no lights on down there. Ah, it is nothing exciting. While I was building it, I needed something to hold the headers in the right position, and I happened to find one of my old prototyping shields with headers soldered onto it, but never actually been used. So I stuck that on to make sure everything was all lined up while soldering, and left it all on there for you. So you've got a free prototyping board to play with. That one I need to have turned on. There we go. Nude photo of the bot, yeah. You're still waiting on the palm. Ah, but you haven't paid me for the palm. Right. Are we going to get anything on here? Nothing there. We are on the right input. Oh, hello. Oh, it's booted all the way up, hasn't it? Oh, hello. It's in a strange resolution. I didn't really want to boot all the way into it. I'm not sure how we're going to manage this. Pay you your boyish good looks and witty banter. Yeah, okay. Now I'm going to need to rather enlarge my screen here so that I can see what the hell I'm doing. It says 27 normal resolution. No, they certainly don't. Certainly not one that the Extron likes anyway. Did I go auto image? It says go away. Input configuration. There we go. That's kicked it into life there. There we go. Right, I've not got the mouse plugged in. The mouse is in the cupboard somewhere. Buried under keyboards. Not good. The mouse is going to be in the mouse box. But where in the mouse box? Well, I hope it's in the mouse box anyway. Yeah, that looks like a Sun mouse. Suicidal mouse just decided to jump into the bin. Searching ASMR. Contact you're here for. Right, so I should have mouse control now. I do. You miss simple and elegant login screens like this. Yeah, absolutely. XDM was pretty similar. I still use XDM on a lot of things because XDM is still one of the only login managers these days that actually supports XDMCP. It used to be GDM was my login manager of choice, but now it doesn't support XDM at all. So it's just crap now. Alright, I need a little more adjustment. Reduce that a little. Go to that one and go vertical start. Wind that down. I'm going to need to reduce it a bit more, aren't I? Oh. Ah, we're nearly there. We're there, excellent. So, active, reduce, no. Increase. There we go. Horizontal start, move that way. And wind that back that way.
From Athens glow to the retro screens, PC mothers knows what vintage means. Old machines with stories to tell, now the stream's alive and it runs so.
That'll do.
So shout out power with the crew who put the dice down to run floppy this tool on CIT.
Is this a Remote X11 render? No, this is my. When the jingle finishes.
Design, raise your glass, enjoy the theme. PC mothers powers up the stream.
This is my SparkStation 20 plugged direct into my Extron capture setup. So this is actually its VGA output. No, not CRT captured by a camera. It is all digital capture of VGA. If I go into here, there you go, that's what it looks like normally. I've got software shaders providing the effect of CRT. It's all faked. I know it looks like the idea is that it looks like it's captured by a camera and it's like real CRT. But it's all fakery. All video fakery. Whoops. Wrong button. Come back. There we go. I fooled you. That was the idea. That was the idea. Right. So let's quit this. Close that. And we'll close that. Oh, fake! Somewhere Shelby explodes. Pop! Well, I only have... Well, I was going to say I only have one CRT, but I actually have two CRTs. Because I've got my MDA display. But I've only got one colour CRT. And that's too big and heavy to lumber around, so... I really don't want to be filming it either. Right, now then. I heard a rumour that if you turn it off now at the mains, when power comes back on, it will boot up again. So let's try it, see if that rumour is true. I have a switch on this extension lead here. I go click. I let it power down. And go click. And it goes beep. So yes, that rumour is true. If it's on, when power is lost, it'll retain its onness. At least for a while. I don't know how long for. Whether it's just held in like a capacitor or something like that for a few minutes, or whether it'll stay like that for months. Let's break into that. And I don't think there is anything to do with power in here. I can reset the machine, that's all there is in power on reset. System and boot configuration parameters. If I could type. I can do a set env of onness. Yeah, well, it's better than onosity. Onishness. Every time you learn a new word, yes. To avoid leaving it running in the garage, yes. I turn off power using my remote control power sockets. Turn that down a bit, it's getting a bit loud. And I want it so when I turn the power socket on remotely, it'll just boot up. And I don't have to go all the way down there, reach around the back of it and press the button. Now, auto boot is whether you turn it on and it drops to this OK prompt, or whether it starts booting off the hard drive. That's what auto boot is. If it has wall, no. Nothing fancy like that. I mean, we can try wall. Let's give it some Ethernet. I'll just drop my buttons down there, so if I can pick them up without pressing a button.
And here. Go away.
Okay. We don't have a CLS. We don't have a clear. And these are the environment variables that you can set.
Sausage in a bun, dear old sausage in a bun. Give
Seems
me
like everyone's
sausage
got a
in a
package arriving.
bun.
Hopefully it's not another Dell.
You found the new Redeem then, did you?
Or in SAS fuzzy, but it's progressing. The Dell is proving predictably problematic. It's a logical frustration, really. Ob ads.
It's better than sausage in a bun, yeah. Well, I'm hoping that that Redeem can be used in order to summon Ben. There's nothing here, as far as I can see, that could be to do with booting always when power comes on. Right, I wanted to get what the MAC address of this was, and I can't remember.
Lightness is, however, a logical expectation.
Show option name. I think it's the same as printenv, isn't it? But for one thing. Let's just do a reset and then a stop A. Okay, 8-0-20-20-1-1. So let's bring up a terminal. I've got Etherwake, have I? Nope. Install Etherwake. And where are we? It's 080020200101. Okay. So, Etherwake. I can specify the interface name and the MAC address. The interface is one of these here, and it's the under desk ones, which are, I can't remember what. Where's it gone? It was on here the other day. Got too many IP ranges here. Right, this is on this segment here at the moment, which is 133. 133 is on that interface. So if it does have Wake on LAN, I've just turned it off. If I run this, then it should power on as root. Nothing. Nope. It doesn't respond to Wake on LAN, but it does stay on if it is on. Manually turn it on. So the answer at Carrot House is no, I can't Wake on LAN it. I might be able to wake it on LAN if I put it to sleep from software, but it doesn't appear that it just defaults to having Wake on LAN, which is a shame. That would be nice. That would have been very handy if I could have done that. You're having a cursed setup with WAL once, yeah. I did have Wake on LAN set up on my systems for a while, but it's not great. So sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. So I just have them all set now to just always power up when AC is restored, and I've got smart plugs on them now, so I just turn the smart plug on and it boots up. I shut it down, it goes into standby mode, The smart plug recognises that it's gone into standby mode and turns the power off, ready for when I want to turn it on again. Except my main workstation, for some reason, half the time when I shut it down, it doesn't shut down properly. It just sits there in a half shut down state, which is another reason for having the smart socket, so I can just press the button on my phone and turn the power off. The machine which has the printer was usually off, and it was running Windows due to cheap printer driver issues. Yeah, that's always an issue, or always was an issue. So it was configured to be a print server with wall, and you had a script to put it back to sleep again. Fair enough. Some arcane 32 DLL incantation. Those were the days. Right, back into X Windows again. Via Telnet. Oh. Right. Go away, Hot Java. Nobody gives a rat's ass about Hot Java. I don't need the help viewer. Why do you keep loading up? So, I'm in this route. Now, I would normally do a power off at this point. At which point it actually powers the whole system off. Don't forget about Hot Java when it was new, absolutely. So I turn off the mains. I turn on the mains. And nothing happens. Now my muscle memory makes me type power off. Always. So I know I will power this off in that way. Which then means that I have to go down to the garage, reach around the back of it, which will be underneath the shelving, and turn it on again. Which sucks. Underneath the shelving. Underneath the shelving. I wouldn't reach underneath Shelby for a brass clock. Right. So, I mean, I can do a halt instead of a power off if I remember to, and then switch the mains off. But chances are I will forget to do that, and I don't know how long it keeps that setting for before it forgets it. Reach under bed. Oh no. God no. Or I can investigate the possibility of a hardware modification. Try set/sp/policy host last power state equals enabled. No, not in here anyway. So I've turned that off, turn off the mains, turn on the mains, nothing happens. Now what happens if I turn on the mains whilst I'm holding the power button? It goes beep. Melanie Shelby, now that would be a sight. I'll get the popcorn. I'm still holding the power button. Is there anything detrimental to holding the power button? Not so far. I want to know what happens when I'm holding the power button and I run a power off command. Will it actually power off, or will it power straight back on again? But I can't let go. Although I probably can actually until it comes time to do the power off. I could do with something to hold it in this position, really. Because if I can just jam the switch or short out the switch in some way so that it's just always being held on, will that give us auto power on? This switch, I think, is built into the power supply. So I don't really want to go fiddling around inside it if I can help it. Hey, Sleepy! Time to 3D print a fancy pokey stick. It'd have to be a bloody long one. It's got to reach from here all the way down to the garage. Could have a solenoid. Could have a couple of solenoids to push the switch for me.
Welcome back, Sleepy Developer. Hope you brought your toke.
Let's go to command line, log in. Right. Okay, so if I do a power off whilst holding the power button in, what happens? It farts at me until I let go. Can I wire up a really long switch up to my office? Well, that is one of the possibilities, in a manner of speaking. So I can't hold the power switch in because when I do a shutdown, it farts at me. Quite literally goes bleh. Screw-driven sliding mechanism to push-pull drives in and drive shelf out of your storage equipment to allow for remote testing. Cool. Built on is what the extension is. Built in is what the video is. Those are the rules of English. I don't make them. Right, so plan F, or whatever it is we're up to now, is to investigate the internals of the power supply. Is that one's part of the power supply, isn't it? I think. Does this come off? Just thinking about it. Plan F is always the bot. Actually, doing this wrong, aren't I? It doesn't slide. It lifts. Of course it does. So, power supply with the switch built into it there. I can remove said power supply. I can look at the possibility of wiring some wires in to the power supply. To then have remote control of the electrical aspects of the switch. Are you trying to hack Cobb? You'll never hack Cobb. Oof, good job I'm doing this anyway. Look at that. Look at those dust bunnies. They're evil enough to be dust raccoons. Alright, let's move that out of the way. Whoa, look at that lot. Lovely. Just what we like to see. Right, let's see if we can get this case off. Looks like just the 2 screws, is it? Quite possibly. Yeah, the best technician that has ever lived. That's not working. Where have my glasses gone? There they are. Let's get a... Oh god, it's
Adverts. Seriously, can't the Canadian enjoy some jazz in peace?
It's bloody Torx, isn't it? There we go. They don't want you getting inside these power supplies, so they put fancy Torx screws in. Doesn't stop me, of course. A bit for all occasions. Oh, dusty in here. God, look at that lot. I think that just getting in here and cleaning it out is going to be a worthwhile job.
Those ads. Thanks for enduring that nonsense.
However, there's the switch. 3 pins. And it looks like a relay at the back there. Could be. That then just comes up to this connector at the front here. So theoretically I could just hook into here my own controls to have it Wi-Fi controlled. Lick that one right there, no chance. I am not licking anything. I am, though, thinking that I should possibly give this a bit of a clean out in some way. And for that, I require something I can't find. Where is it? I had it the other day when I was cleaning my desk. And now it's buggered off. I didn't put it in there, did I? Nope. Where's my thingy? Ben, what have you done with my thingy? No. Not over there. Oh, did I put it in here? I put it in here. My thingy. If it works. I charged it up the other day. There you are. Well, it's moved the dust around a bit. It hasn't really improved things, but it has moved the dust around. Let me get a paintbrush. Such a nice sound. It is, isn't it? The sound of cleaning. God, this is dusty as buggery. New streamer, no chance. If I have to suffer it, so do you. Oh. Really dusty. You paid 20,000. Portable air compressor. Yeah, I could do with some cans of compressed air, really. I'm also gonna open the window a bit. Tempted to put a mask on even. It's that dusty. But I can't find my mask. 20k per minute. That's an improvement anyway. At least I can see that there are components in here. Look at that, there's components. Right. So this is just a simple two-way momentary switch here. Red, purple and orange. They're okay, these little vacuum things, but they make a lot of noise and they're not very powerful. But they are cheap. I will give them that. Components and something electrical? Having a giraffe? No, I kid ye not. Oh, look. Right. Oh, I don't need the glasses again. There they are, covered in dust now. So, I'm guessing that the middle is going to be common. Purple is off. And orange will be on. There we go. So if I link red and orange, it should turn on. If I link red and purple, it should turn off. Mr. Fancy Pants. No, Mr. Fancy Pants is sat in front of some HP test equipment with his fancy pants on. So I can tap into here. I think is probably my best bet. 3 wires, which I can bring out of here, to then connect up to something with Wi-Fi, probably. If I link anything else, I get magic smoke. Yep. I have shorts. Lies! I have shorts! Shorts! See? Shorts! You're not having magic smoke out of this. This power supply is precious. There's a whole load of stuff in here that's potted. Like there's a massive hybrid module down inside here. That blackness down there, that's one big hybrid module. Which I'm guessing is probably to do with the power control, isn't it? That whole thing there is all about the power control, I would guess. That whole board. As it looks somewhat separate to everything else, just a few bits going through it for power, perhaps. And then, is this? It looks hard to see. Let's get some light in there. Is that a relay there? It's the right shape, but it's too dusty to make out. Because I'm thinking... Oh, there's a second one there. No,
What are you waiting for? Christmas?
no, they're not. They're capacitors. I was thinking maybe that it was just controlling a relay at the back of the unit here to turn the power on and off to the main system. But doesn't appear to be. Well, that doesn't mean there isn't a relay somewhere. So I was thinking, instead of interrupting the on-off button presses, I might just override the relay and just force it to be on. But then that would be like holding in the power switch, which wouldn't be good. I need just a pulse. But I think with it, if I did that, it would fart at me again. So yeah, I'm thinking hook onto these 3 connections down here. Something that I can control with Wi-Fi. That I can secrete inside somewhere, or no, I'd rather actually have it outside. So if I could get those 3 wires to the outside world, I could then hook it up to something like this.
Wait, am I an idiot?
Not that I know of. So this is overkill. I'd need either something with relays like this or something with some opto-isolators on it.
I suppose. Exclamation TRR.
You were right, Majenko. I do apologise.
But of course. So I would like to have some kind of connector on the back in some way of the unit. I certainly don't want to cut any holes in it. I don't know if you were paying attention, Carrot House, but I told the bot to do an impression of you. So he's now fixated on Canadianness, dells and flashing legs. Let's see if we can get a better view of... I need to turn the shelf on as well, don't I? Because the camera is now powered from there. Which one is it? Come on.
Our incest fuzzy.
Oh, there it is.
Is an illogical query. My programming does not include arboreal salutations.
He still seems to have a bit of Spock left over. But there's that that hybrid down there, that potted board chip thing. Let's get rid of that. Where are we? Over that way a bit. Focus. There it is. Like a completely potted and encased subboard inside there, which I'm thinking is the controller for turning the power on and off, since that's pretty much all there is on this end board here. That and a couple of transistors or something along those lines, and a few caps. That was not bulging, is it? No. fine. Looks like it's bulging a bit, but it's not. It's just the plastic around the edge of it poking up. She's a carrot and she's looking good. But it's got this huge bulge here in the middle of it all. That might be a relay embedded inside it. Who knows? I don't know what that is. Be a big capacitor or something. Carrot explosion! So yeah, it's going to be hook into here, I think, into these 3 end pins in there. Either soldering onto the underside of here or breaking into the wires. Probably soldering onto the underside of here might be the better option. Huge bulge relay. Behave, Carrot House, behave! First time for everything, yeah. Carrot House behaving as if. But it's quite a nicely built little unit, this. They haven't wasted any space. But getting to that to solder to it could be tricky, because I'm going to have to remove the whole lot. And I don't think this is compatible with PH2, is it? Or PH5 rather. It's going to be close. Nearly. With a bit of modification that might fit. I'm thinking of making an adapter. It's not PH, but it's not too far off PH. We've got a 5-pin PH plug. Where are my PHs? There's my XHs. I've lost my PHs. How about it? Looks like probably I haven't got a 5-way plug anyway. I've got great huge long uns. Oh, what's this in here? Have I got a pair of tweezers? There's a 5-way. Would that... Oh no, it's too small. Maybe it is XH size then. After all, is it 2.54? Not 2? I thought it looked like 2mm, but maybe it's 2.54. It is, you know, it's 2.54. So that would, with a bit of pushing, fit into an XH header, kind of. Not perfectly, it would need a bit of cutting to get it to fit properly. And that, if I trim off the lumps on the back, might fit into there. Yes, it would. So I could actually build an adapter cable of some form to go in between the two. we have a plan? Damn Imperials, yeah. I always use 2mm if I can. The 0.1 inch pitch does have its uses. It's not the correct plugs, but it sort of works. Where are we? There we go. It sort of jams in there, but if I trim off the lumps underneath, it would fit better. But it's not perfect by any means. But I think it would do the job. We have a plan. Aren't those scary words? They are indeed, yes. Plan shaman. Let's mount up. Right, I need something cutty. Let's move that way a bit to somewhere where I can see what I'm doing. I haven't got anything small and cutty on that one. Try this one. Yeah, that might be a bit better. Where's the connector? Somewhere around here, possibly.
So sorry you had to.
Yeah, there it is. That seems to fit it a little better. Be even better if I could get it into the actual pins. Yeah, it's a little bit wide. I could do with trimming a bit off the edges, really. In the GDR, most connectors, and even my C is selling 2.5mm grid instead of 2.54. Yes, doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Nothing but professional tools on this channel, absolutely. Yeah, it's a little bit better, that. Maybe a bit more of it. My chat are professional tools. You're not professional tools. You don't get paid. You're merely amateur tools.
I'm Mr. Meeseeks! Look at me!
I'm looking at you, Carrot House. Apprentice tool. Don't want to take off too much because it'll compromise the integrity of the connector. I don't know what voltages are involved in this. Not huge ones, I wouldn't have thought. Getting that. A bit more on the back side, I think. Concentrating on the backside. Oh, absolutely.
Oh
That's a bit better, I think. Close enough. It'll do, I hope. Not the... He wouldn't have done it in Blender, he'd have done it in that scripted Python-esque CAD thing that he uses. SCAD, whatever. OpenSCAD, that's it, yeah. He'd have done it in that, wouldn't he? Wait 5 weeks for the right colour filament and then try several 3D prints before, well, giving up, yeah. If I could easily get to the rear of this, I'd actually take the connector off, replace it with the JST-XH one, and then use this connector to connect to here. And yeah, but that ain't gonna happen. Because if I could get to the back of that easily, I'd just solder straight to it. In fact, there's enough flex to it that actually I could just solder to it. And break 3 other things in the process, yes. I could actually potentially get in there with the soldering iron and just solder to it. Possibly. Possibly. What voltage are these capacitors here? So that'll give me an... Oh, they've got 10 volt capacitors there. That'll give me an idea of what voltages we're dealing with. I don't think we're dealing with anything above about 5 volts. Can't quite see. $100 microfarad, I think. 105 degrees. And we're all down in the the low voltage end of the unit here, aren't we? So yeah, it's all 10 volt capacitors, so it's probably only 5 volts for the whole thing. Do you want to latch onto your terminals and check the voltage? Yeah, right. I could do with checking the voltage, but it's going to be small voltages, I'm sure. Let's give it some power and see what it does. Let's give it some naked power. Let's connect it up first, shall we? There we go. Okay, so from centre to this one, minus 5 volts. From centre to this one, minus 5 volts. Right. So it's 5 volts in the centre. Edo pass. So we've got a 5 volt signal. And theoretically, if I short these two together, it powers up. Short these two together, it powers off. Perfect. So that's 5 volt signal with a 5 volt and 2 outputs. That's peanuts. That's ideal. That's absolutely perfect. I don't even really need this connector then. I think I should just wire in. I love to rub it in, yeah. I do like my overlay. It's just such a splendid overlay. It's better than anything Shelby can do with his Python and his Flask. No explosion. No explosions. I don't blow up power supplies. Certainly not ones that are rare like this. Right, I'm going to turn on my soldering iron. And actually I'm just going to solder straight to the back of it. It's very small signals, 3 wires. I can use some nice fine wire for this. I've got incredibly chunky wire for it in their system here, which seems pretty pointless to me. So I'm just going to lever it up and solder to the back of it, instead of faffing with these connectors that don't really quite fit. It's all my fault. What's all my fault? Nothing is my fault. I'm Millicent, I tell you. I'm Millicent. Right, I have 3 pieces of wire. They are all stripped. Calm down, Carrot House, because I said the S word. I'm not militant, I'm Millicent. Millicent bystander. I have solder. What did you do? Nothing, thankfully. But I could see you itching too when I said stripped. I could see you getting all hot under the collar at the thought of it. Melissa, I'm not a Melissa Dice panda. Where are my cutters now? There's my cutters. Trim these off. Okay, so we've got these three ones at this end are the ones that I'm interested in. Let's get these cutters and just slip their padded handles down here. There we go. Where are we? There we are. The problem of doing this on stream is I tend to have to do these sort of things at strange angles so that you can see what I'm doing. Which sucks. Don't worry, it is all unplugged. There's the power plug. Hey, thanks for the resub, RHK. So what have we got? We got orange, red and purple. I've got orange, yellow and green.
Welcome.
I'll keep orange as orange.
77. Glad to have you. Don't break anything.
So purple can be green. Start at that end. That's a bit of a tail there, isn't there? I thought there was. That's tucked in a bit. There we go. Yellow can be red, and orange will be orange. Bang! As a mash would be red.
Says fuzzy, but sis.
Tier 50 bang. Hers and mesh would be nice right now.
Thank you very much for the bits. I must look at the Twitch window and not the overlays so I can see that it's a TTS and not respond to it. Carrot House has been stalking Majenko Tech for 2 years, 4 months and 3 days. That's scary. The amount of time you spent stalking me. You're only a week short. Okay. We have wires connected. You've missed so much, Jeepin. Oh, You poor thing. You haven't missed that much, really. Most of it has been Carrot House being depraved. I've just dropped my reel of orange cable on the floor. So I'm thinking that sort of hooks over there, go under those capacitors and then out through here with these wires. That'll do the job. Just remember that the yellow one is the common one. I'm always dropping your orange cable on the floor. You missed the birth of the carrot. You did indeed, yes. That was a momentous day, the birth of the carrot. Right, I think I can put the lid back on this now. Which just sort of slots into these bits here and slides forwards, hooks in.
Thanks for enduring those.
That hooks over the side of it there. Possibly. There we go. And it all locks into place. And then I find the screws that I've put down somewhere. Solaris is, yeah, not really supported now. Solaris 11 is sort of semi-supported.
Someone hide the carrot again.
But it's all Linux these days. Linux has taken over. Oracle Solaris sounds weird, absolutely. Yes, that's just wrong. That is Oracle Solaris. Or Oracle, anything is just weird. I remember the days when Oracle were just a database. Let's give this a clean out while I'm here. If you're wondering what this is, it's the battery for the NVRAM. It's fallen off. It was stuck down with tape to somewhere and I can't remember where.
Champion!
But now it's just floating around. I need to stick that down properly.
Oracle, one which a whole named Larry Ellison Cheer 69.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for the bits. It's a mocky lyrics. Red latex bag. It's not latex, it's just electrical tape. It's a CR2032 in a holder on a bit of wire. Because I had to butcher the NVRAM chip because its internal battery had died, as they always do on these things. How am I going to hold this in better? Let's just wrap this around, give it a bit more insulation. And then it wants to stick on top of it really, doesn't it? Tastes like strawberries. What have I got that could stick it on well, but not 100% permanently and do damage? Let's have a look in here. Gaffer tape. That'll do it. Impact adhesive. That'll do it. A bit of PVA glue. Glue stick. A bit of hot glue. That'll hold it on. Lithium grease. That won't help. I've got plenty of these little clip things. So many things to say here, so little time. Got these little sort of wire clip things. Camera's gone to sleep. Wake up, camera. Come on. Come on, camera, where have you gone? No. Canon's gone. Ah, where are we? There we go. Let's go to that one. These little stick-on, they're supposed to be cable clips. Might be able to do something with one of those, perhaps. Stick it onto the side of here or something and hook it in, just to stop it from flapping around. Might do the job. It's too fat and chunky to fit inside, really, isn't it? Or I don't know, though. That does sort of fit. Kind of. In a fat and chunky sort of way. Let's try it that way around. That's a bit better. Stick that onto there. That'll do the job, I think. And I can just pull it out anytime I like. That'll do the job. Right. I'm registering a rate on the hump meter, am I? So we put the power supply back in here. Plug that in. That sits down and then pushes backwards. A couple of screws in the back of it. One thing I do like about Sun's construction is the way they like to use captive screws for screwing things in. So once you've undone it, you don't lose your screw. Right, so I have wire. Let me just cut this off at an arbitrary location over here, with more length than I actually need. Because I want to bring this out to a connector on the back really that I can plug something else into. Keep this self-contained. Give it a bit of a twist. We like things to be twisted around here, especially chat. So you don't lose your screw, it happens all the time, it's detachable. Yes, okay, King Missile. Have you been damaging the fabric of the building, you two? What have I told you about not putting up shelves in your rooms?
God! No! God, please, no! 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 No!
Doesn't twist very well, this wire. I'm half tempted actually to plait it, since there's 3 of them. But that'll do the job.
It was not that bad.
Right, now what should we do in the way of a connector on the back? Not sure. This is what the back looks like. We have a number of panels which are all removable for expansion. We've got the onboard video, we've got the serial, we've got the keyboard and mouse, we've got the Ethernet things with some silly little MII whatever interface. We've got the SCSI, we've got the audio, we've got the offboard video. And we could take out one of these panels and replace it with something. That would be an easy enough job. These are solid.
All right, I can help you with that. Please hold while I transfer you to someone who can help you with that.
What is the bottom left port?
Music.
You mean this one? That's the onboard video.
Music. Thank you for holding. Your call is very...
The onboard or built-in video. That's 2 serial ports. That's the keyboard. That's all network. That's SCSI. That's video on the expansion card here. And that's audio. This is a better video than the built-in video. It's like having the Intel video and an NVIDIA GPU. You've got the built-in video built into the motherboard, and then we've added an extra video card, but you can only have one or the other. So it's basically like having onboard video and a GPU, and plug the GPU in and the onboard video gets disabled. In fact, that's exactly what it is. It is a GPU. Because without that, I think maybe it's even only monochrome possibly without that, or very, very low number of colours, 4 colours or 8 colours or something. With this, you get much more colours and faster graphics and everything, basically. So yeah. Not in an old Sun, you can't. But yeah, in a modern computer, you can have, if you've got the connectors for it, you could have 10 GPUs if you wanted. Colours are pretty. Multiple externals. Yeah, you can have lots of GPUs if you want, if you've got the power budget for it and the number of PCIe sockets. I've had 3 GPUs in a computer before now, all running at once, including the onboard one. You got a purty mouth. You use your lips better than a $10 whore. Let's just quickly pop one of these panels off and see what would be involved in replacing it with something else. I'm not sure what screws into where. It looks like, yeah, It actually screws into the panel itself. So the screws that hold it into place actually screw into the panel. So if I were to replace this, I'd need to have something which can also screw into. Which should not be easy. And even just putting the panel back in is tricky. That goes up underneath there. And that pushes against there, and then these screw in. They're not exactly easy to work with, these panels. And then you've got these rectangular washer things. It's clearly not a mushroom. Maybe it's a snake. Oh, a snake! Hey, a snake. Or maybe it's a badger. Badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom. Ah, badger, badger, badger. So no, I don't really like the idea of replacing this panel with something else, because it'd be a pain in the arse making something. Too much effort. The other option is actually to have it all internal and build a circuit board to go inside here that connects up to these wires to trigger it all and is powered by the standby voltage from the power supply, which should just be the yellow wire on here. Stick a little ESP8266 or something in there. And have it completely self-contained. That would be a neater solution. So once AC power is applied, that'll then connect up to my Wi-Fi network and allow me to toggle it on and off at will, whoever will is. I've got no shortage of boards for doing it with, and if it is all self-contained and powered off the power supply, I don't need to worry about any form of isolation or anything. All I'd need is a couple of transistors. What could I use for that? Well, pretty much anything really. I could even run ESP Home on it, couldn't I? I wonder if ESP Home's firmware would do pulses instead of just on and off on its outputs. You can probably modify it to do that. One negative thing is the casing is all metal lined. So it is very much like a Faraday cage. So getting the Wi-Fi signal in there may be tricky, but it doesn't have far to go, just the other end of the garage. But we can try, I guess. Time to delve into my box of development boards again. I mean, this one would be perfect, but overkill.
Wow, I'm really intrigued. Although that could just be the intrigue and all I took this morning.
That Super Spark is a CPU, yes. That's a 16 channel, that is. Far too complicated for just 2 channels that I need. All I need is just a little...
Seriously, can't a guy enjoy some chess?
A little ESP8266 really is all that I need. But I'd probably go for an ESP32 actually, because it's a bit easier to work with. Hey, Dopaz, thanks. Oh, Cobb, thanks for giving Dopaz a sub. I need to sort out those alerts so that it shows me who subbed rather than who gave the sub rather than who received the sub.
Where's my tennis?
Welcome to the world of the subscribers, Dopaz. May God have mercy on your soul.
Thanks for enduring those, eh?
There's a little ESP8266 jobby. Little Wemos. Hey, Literally Cat, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Madhouse. I got millions of custom ESP32 boards that I've had to build for customers at one time or another. But all of them are either overkill or underkill. That's ESP cam. All I want is just something like a little Node MCU. That's an ESP8266 again. I could put a Pi in there. I think not. There's another little ESP8266 jobby with no programmer on it. There's a Node MCU on what was the internal keyboard and mouse adapter of the Amiga. Repurpose that. That might be my best bet actually. Especially as it's already mounted onto a board that I can add some bits to. I don't need all this crap with it. but it is a lot of crap with it, and I don't know, it's a bit messy.
Wow, I'm really intrigued. Although that could just be the intrigue and all I took this morning.
You're starting to be obsessed with Sun Hardware. Good. Excellent. It is a bit of a pain to get in the UK, yes. I used to have loads of it years ago. I even had an Enterprise 150 kicking around, but unfortunately it's all gone now, and I'm down to just the Sun Spark Station 20 that I'm working on at the moment, and an Ultra 60 that's down by my feet, which needs to have the same sort of treatment done to it as I'm doing to this. My purpose here today is to make this remotely operated, because it's going to go and live in the garage with all the rest of my stuff. And I want to be able to turn it on and off remotely, which, I mean, I've got remote power switches to do that for me, but there's no way of having it always coming on when it gets AC. So I have wired in some extra wires into the power supply, which connect up to the switch on the back, which is of course a soft power switch. And going to connect up an ESP32 actually I'm going to use, I think, to it to give me a remote control of the power. And this is going to be mounted inside here somewhere to I don't know where yet, to give me Wi-Fi control of the power on it. I've got an ESP32 board here that I used for something else a while ago, and I'm going to repurpose it. I'm going to see if it'll power it off the 5 volts that is coming out of the power supply for the switch control. I hope it will. I'm hoping that that is just a straight 5 volt and not like a 5 volt through a pull-up resistor or anything like that. So this is in a bit of a state, this board at the moment, but I can clean that up easily enough. Hopefully it doesn't take as long as the MFM emulator. No, it won't take that long. I intend this to be working today. All I need is a couple of N-channel MOSFETs or NPN transistors to act as low-side switches. No, is it high? No, hang on, what am I doing? No, it needs to be pulled up to 5 volts to turn it on. So I would need PNP or P-channel, wouldn't I? No, I like RTMFM because it can read the Mighty Fine manual, and it can be the real-time MFM emulator. Because it does the MFM in real time. So it's the real-time MFM emulator. RTMFM. Also read them in manual. So I like RTMFM. Right, let's put this soldering iron on, yank this out of the way temporarily whilst I clean up the board. Time for a second pair of glasses. It's crusty with old solder, and we've got connections that we don't need anymore and various resistors and things on the back. Clean it up, repurpose it, and then program it. No, 2% of all profits to the sale go to GPIN. Of course they do. Yeah, right. Sale. It's open source. Download it and make your own. I'm not doing it for you. Come on, soldering iron. Warm up. Let's stick some flux down here to help clean these connections up where it's had junk soldered to it. God, this is in a state. Is that British pounds? Because if so, it'll be worth it. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I just want to go down all of these and just reflow them. Just clean them up, because some of them have got chunks of excess solder on them. And some of them have got bits of wire hanging off them, or bits of capacitor or resistor leg or whatever. Especially this ground one here.
Someone's been spanning subtly jam.
This is not the right amount of flux. Oh, it's never the right amount of flux. However much flux you put on, the right amount is twice as much. I would say that I don't want to use too much because flux doesn't grow on trees. But actually it does, doesn't it? It's made out of pine resin. I think it is, or some types are made out of pine resin. Some form, I think. I guess there's all sorts of different formulations of it these days, but I think the original flux was all Rosin flux. It was based on, or like extracted from pine resin or something. I can't remember. Like AdBlue, when you tell people it's mostly urea, they think you're taking the piss, absolutely. You just use maple syrup, yeah. Maple syrup flux, yum. Right, that's looking a little better. Still a bit of crud around this one here. A capacitor leg, I think. Right, clean up the underside. Let's get rid of all this lot. Oh, I hope it's not lube. Oof, that would chafe. I hate these boards. Actually, I might take it off this board. These rings are just lifting up, every single one of them. So yeah, I might actually just take it off the board and dead bug it. This board has had it. It was a cheap piece of crap, this Matrix board was. helps the syrup go where it's belong, yes. Maple solder. Whoa. They smell better than this stuff. All the pads have lifted, but they don't want to lift right off. Let's try flicking it from underneath. This might be beyond recovery, and I might need to redo it from scratch. That might be a good idea, actually. That's just messy and horrible. Oh, that was hot. Note to self, solder is hot. I am not surprised, G-Pin. I really am not. There's an interesting article out recently, actually, for AIs, explaining why they hallucinate. And it's basically because we reward them for making up shit in the training sessions. We don't give them a bollocking for getting things wrong when training their data. Bullshit by design, yep. Yeah, they likened it to training an AI. They likened it to taking multiple choice tests, where it gets rewarded if it gets it right, and it doesn't get rewarded if it A, gets it wrong, or doesn't answer, says it doesn't know. So, but it doesn't know to say it doesn't know. So basically it gets rewarded if it gets it right, and doesn't get rewarded if it gets it wrong. So it doesn't learn to say I don't know, because it's the same reward for it making shit up as it is to saying I don't know. So it just never says I don't know, and it just makes shit up. If it doesn't know, it just makes shit up. Right, let's remove all these pins then. Go from the top, I think, where the flux is. Alright, that's one side depinned. It's text completion and it doesn't complete into no. Yeah. Yeah, basically AI training needs to change so that it starts to recognise that I don't know is as valid an answer as the correct answer.
Someone stop these.
Or almost as valid an answer as the correct answer. And outright lying is the only incorrect answer. Let me just try an experiment.
Ads. Thanks for enduring those. Back already? Fine. Ads.
Not in deep in G-pin. I have depinned the ESP32.
Medjenko, Tack, that information is not within my logical access parameters. It is, regrettably, private.
You still didn't say, I don't know. You said it's private, yeah. It's not private, you just don't know it, but you just don't know that you don't know it. At least you didn't make something up. It has been known to. Yes. I was expecting it to make up a random date.
Fuzzy, but yes. The precise number of times Medjenko Tack has adjusted his webcam angle is, logically, beyond my current data set. I am regrettably not omniscient. Even 24/7 that is statistically probable. It is, logically, a shared demographic.
Right, now to try and get some of this solder out of these holes if I can. 7th day of the 24th month, absolutely, yes. The 7th of Floptober. I'm going to put my heat board down actually. Save old Susan's surface from getting too damaged. I'm only going to need 2 I/O pins for this. I do need the power input, which is this side here. So I'm going to pump up the heat a bit. Come on, wick it out of there, will you? Stupid power pin. Brute force it through. Same with the ground. Yeah, that'll do. All the others are also kind of gummed up with solder. Let's give it a blow job. You refrain from that. You're trying to be good. I do apologise.
Welcome back. Hey, don't expect me to be thrilled.
100 bits, RHK77 says.
Tier 100 needs a machine if one has patience or a good lung capacity.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for the bits.
You were right, Majenko. I do apologise.
Hi, Vionko. I saw you come in just then while I was blowing away. Well, I've managed to clear out 2 holes, which is enough. It's horribly sticky, this now.
Mr. Meeseeks, look at me!
You're the worst ever. Yeah, I can get that. I can believe that. Let's give it a squirt. Now, what have I done with my tissues? Innuendo bingo, anyone? Man walks into a bar, asks the barman to give him a double entendre, so he gave him one. I had a toothbrush earlier, where is it? There it is. Three men walk into a bar. I think that the last two would have seen it. Yes. Well, it's clean now, if nothing else. Or cleanish. Cleaner than chat. Now, I'm going to need... What am I going to need? I've got a 5 volt and I've got 2 signals. The signals need pulling up to 5 volts. It's a bar so low, even Hermes Conrad couldn't limbo it. Yep. So I need a P-channel MOSFET pulled up to 5 volts to be off, which I then pull down to ground through an I/O pin to turn it on to provide power to the signal pin, I think. Possibly. And then I have the I/O pins acting as, or half a H-bridge, yeah, effectively the same thing. Then I have the output pins acting as open drain by leaving them in input mode for off and low for on. That should do the job. So I'm going to need 2 P-channel MOSFETs, and I only have surface mount ones. Well, actually that's not true. I do have some through-hole ones, but they're great big chunky power ones. But even my my surface mount ones are all either really small SO25s, SOT 25s, or larger SOT 223s.
You will not be deactivated.
Good. Don't want to be deactivated. What have we got? And channel somewhere in here are P-channel MOSFETs, and I'll probably use the more powerful SOT 223s because they are a little easier to debug. Where are they? Ah, there we go. The ZXMP6A17GTA. That'll do the job. Yeah, I don't have a license for DaveCAD, I'm afraid. But I do have a full license for BrainCAD. So I'm going to want 2 of these. And I don't know what the pin out of these is offhand. So let us look it up. This is the ZXMP 6A17 GTA by Diodes Incorporated. Gate drain source. Gate drain source. So gate is the signal, and needs to be pulled up to source, which is fantastic. It's the opposite end, isn't it? So I'd need a resistor. I'm zoomed in, aren't I? Yes. I wonder if the Canon's going to work now. It is. So great gate drain source. So 5 volt output control. Control needs pulling up to the output, to the 5 volts, to keep it turned off, and then I put it down to ground to allow power through. Should do the job. This is SOT 223. Yeah, that pad and that pin there are one and the same piece of metal. It forms a base underneath everything that the chip itself sits on top of and connects to. And then you've got these two sort of come in from the sides almost. Well, this one sort of comes in from this, or no, this one goes, I think, over the top of it probably. And then that sort of gets fed in to the side as the control gate. But if I were to rip it apart, you'll find that this is just one solid piece of metal from this pin all the way up to the top there. That's why a lot of FETs you will find in the D2 pack, which is a very similar package. I've only got N channels in D2 pack though, which is a slightly more chunky version of the same thing, but the middle pin, it just doesn't exist. It's cut off because it's the tab. So they save a tiny little bit of metal by cutting that off. So I need to get a resistor between there and there. 10k would be ideal. But it's too far to go really for a surface mount. And there's nothing on the back. Not like the D2 packs where it's all heatsink all down inside here. Yeah, D2 packs are much better thermal dissipation because they have, on the back of them, is all heatsink. So you can actually see just there, that little notch in the, or that little bulge is actually where the pin bends up and comes out. That's one single piece of metal. So yeah, it's much better thermal dissipation than that, but I mean, I could get away with a SOT 23 or 25, or SOT 25. Whatever it is, the little ones. These ones. But they're harder to deal with because when dead bugging, they're much harder to deal with than these. Right, resistors are over here. I think I've got some little 1/8 of a watt 10Ks. I have, haven't I? Can I find another one? Yeah, Mum. Where are you? There you are.
Seriously.
That's often the way with all surface mount components. They like to go upside down. So basically I need this to go from that pin there to that pin there, and I can leave a chunk of pin sticking out. And I'm thinking if I just place it on that pin there as a holder, and then just wrap this once around there.
All this talk of the CAD, licenses and SOT, 23 packages I need a tennis. Ads.
Like that.
For enduring that nonsense.
And then solder it on, except it falls off, of course. So we try that again. Try and keep it on long enough to solder it. Let's wrap it around and twist it underneath like that. Where's it gone? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm forever losing 0402s. I'll pick one up in my tweezers and it'll just disappear, completely vanish. Don't even feel it go. And it'll be gone forever. Right, that should be suitable. Let's do the same with this one. Looks like we have a new emoji. If you want to make an emoji, go for it. Cobbs found the "you shut up Dizziac" emoji. I couldn't help but make one of those. It's even animated. So much quicker and easier doing this if I'm not trying to do it on the camera. Have to wait for the dongles for Dave Cad first. Right, so which way round was this again? Gate is on the left, drain is the tab, and source is the one going out the side. on the right. So these two both connect up to the 5 volt. Those go to the I/O pins and the tabs go to the control signals. That's good. So I take my 2 pins that I have decided to use, which are there and there. They're the ones that I happen to have cleared out, although I'd much prefer to use that one since it's numbered sequentially with that one. So if I could clear this one out, it would be beneficial. I've got some of it out. I would love to invest in a moo machine one day. But I don't need one. There we go. Cleared out. Oh, I don't ever release magic smoke, ever. It is completely unheard of. Price is a bit of a cow, yes. Or should I do this underneath? I'll do this underneath, actually, it's better. Because then I can put them flat on here. Like that. And we need to be going across here to the 5 volt connection, don't we really? Which is V in, which is that one. So if I put that across like that, and then this one I put around to join up with that one there. That leaves plenty of room for attaching the other wires. Let's just put a blob here. Oh, that was hot. You're off, are you, Garrett House? Thank you for joining us. I'll see you next time. Thank you for keeping the tone civil. Yeah. That should just peel off there, yeah. Now I'm going to tuck this underneath here and wrap it around. Give it a bit more strength. There we go. Straighten these up a bit and look neater. Right, that's essentially our circuit. Pretty simple, huh? I don't know if it'll work or not, but hey, worth a try. You only give negative feedback, yeah. You've obviously been watching too much EV blog. Right, next I think I want to do just a little bit of test program on it. I've got a USB cable here somewhere. Right. It lights up anyway. That's a good sign. Okay. Okay, so ESP32. That's fine. That should be all I need to tweak in here. Right. Hey, welcome back, Swarm. See if this compiles. Park is very nice in early autumn. Good. That compiles. Okay, so to turn it on, we are driving the pin low. To turn it off, we are switching the pin mode to input so that it becomes high impedance and the pull-up resistor lets it float up to 5 volts. And we want a pulse pin which turns it on. Delay, I don't know, 250, and turn it off again. Right, serial begin. If serial available. If C is 1, pulse pin, pin on. If C equals 0, pulse pin, pin off. Hey, Benjamin is here. Clicky clicky, what was your username again? It's a trap!
Smoky prawns snacks.
Right, that is programmed.
I do apologise.
So this now should be turning it on and off with
Sausage
ones and zeros.
Dear old sausage in a bun. Give me sausage in a bun.
Right, let's get me some probes. Except my probes have managed to get themselves completely tangled up over here. Right. You've been around your parents for substitute Sunday dinner. For steak and chips. Oh, nice. Right, so this is just the I/O pin that I'm clipped onto right now. Which is pulled up to 5 volts currently. There we go. That's one that I'm pressing there. That's the I/O pin. It's pulling down to ground. So now if I clip on to the, or probe the source of the, that should be being, yeah, then I press that, it should go up. Yeah, that goes up to 5 volts. Perfect. And the other one, if I press 0, gives me a pulse as well. Perfect. You have a growler full of pineapple cider and 2 now redundant servers in your boot. I have to do some food shopping after stream, so maybe you won't attack the cider just yet. No, we are doing a SparkStation power control over IP. Because it doesn't need KVM without the V because it's serial, so what I have is an ESP32 board to which I have attached 2 P-channel MOSFETs with pull-ups which act as surrogates for the power switch on the back of the SparkStation. I have modified the power supply in here to provide me with some wires out of it. There's a pin on the keyboard and mouse port for it, is there? Oh. Beyond neutral off rocker, yes they do. I've connected this into the power supply, so I've got 3 wires for, 1 for on, 1 for off. Oh yes, of course, they've got a power button in the top right corner of the keyboard, haven't they? I'd forgotten about that. But I think wiring into the keyboard jack would have been harder than wiring into the power supply, which was a piece of piss to do. So I'm going to trim these wires down a little, because they're a bit on the long side, and then solder them onto this board. I need to find a ground from somewhere. Don't know where I can find a ground in this all metal case. I'm just hoping that I can get enough of a Wi-Fi signal through all this shielding.
Go away.
Unless you're also doing keyboard and mouse emulation top. Yeah. I could do that, but I'm not doing that. This is just going to be run with serial. At least while it's in the garage anyway. If I want video, I'll bring it back up here onto the desk. Right, and solder is missing. Solder is here by my elbow. At some point I can turn the scope off now.
Ugh, cats. Thanks for enduring those.
Yeah, that's the battery for the NVRAM there. Since I had to butcher the NVRAM on this, because its internal battery had died. Let's just tin these wires. I shall be doing something very similar to this, to the Ultra 60 as well. Now, what have I done with the ESP32? I put it down somewhere, haven't I? What have I done with it? I put it down and it's disappeared. I never put things down, yeah, so they do become invisible instantly. It's still on my soldering board, that's why I couldn't find it. Actually, I shall bring my soldering board up here and place it on top of here. So, the orange and the green are the signal wires. The yellow is plus 5 volts, and I'm hoping... That's the idea, RHK. I'm hoping that the 5 volts coming out of the power supply isn't via a resistor. If it is, then I may have to see if there's a different 5 volts standby coming from somewhere else. Brushing your teeth this morning when you idly wondered just how long the post-it note reminded me to do a few things have been stuck right in the middle of the bathroom mirror, yeah. Probably at least a month. So yellow is the power, so I want the green one and the orange one can solder onto these tabs. The yellow one solders onto here somewhere, it doesn't really matter where. And then I need to find a ground. Black wire is over here, isn't it? Ooh, that's a nice error, Minicom. I've never seen you give that error before. I've never seen that error before. Stack smashing detected. Terminated. We'll have no stack smashing around here, thank you very much. since August 2020, because that's when you had a replacement boiler fitted and kept forgetting to pay the plumber's invoice. So you made a note to do that before going on holiday, which is why the note reads: pay T&C invoice, company hotel check-in form, water or orchids. I think you're going to say because that's when you last cleaned your teeth. Oh. Right. You don't need to look in the mirror to brush your teeth. Fair enough. Is this the first time you've been in there to brush your teeth with your glasses on for a long time? Right, for the time being, I'm just going to jam this ground into this Molex plug and pray. And we shall see if it will power up when I apply mains to the socket on the back. Or if the whole thing just goes bang. Ooh, it's trying. It is very trying. It's not happy. Maybe that's too much power that it's drawing. If I actually turn the power supply on, it powers up and lights up. You can't easily see it. If I turn it off, it struggles to power.
Log created.
Which means I'm either drawing far too much power or it's going via a resistor or something along those lines. Which is a bummer. I can't power it straight off that line then. So do we have another...
I do apologise.
So do we have another standby signal that I can use? Let's disconnect the ground so it shouldn't be doing anything. And let's probe the power connector and see what there is. There should be a standby voltage, I'm sure. If I could probe down in here, my probes are a bit too fat. Let's stick that into the Molex ground. Right, that's a 5 volt on the yellow. So if I'm going to power up from anything, it's going to be that yellow one there. So if I now take this and disconnect this yellow, I shan't cut it, I shall disconnect it properly. Actually, I shall unplug the power first. Then I shall provide another wire, I'll make it a red one, this one, coming from the yellow pin of the main power header. You left for meetings in the walk and now we're elbow deep in the spark box. Indeed we are. Trying to find enough power for the ESP32 to run. Elbow deep is best deep. It could be neck deep. Now I find that the standby just basically doesn't have enough current.
Seems like Belgium, it's post-it note has more drop.
Your test has arrived. Fantastic. They are so useful, those. So this, I'm just going to just jam it in there. Jam it down in there and see what happens. And take the ground and jam it into here. Like Steve Irwin's thumb. Right. Then I shall take some power, plug it in and watch the smoke fly. Nope. Not enough power or no power? Is it maybe not contacting? We get some power when I press button. It lights up. Why is that? That makes no sense. Unless the ground isn't connecting. Right, that's going inside the actual connector there. No, it's not anymore. Actually, let's run this without the main board attached at all. So that can go up into there. And the ground can go up into there. Possibly, if I'm lucky. Checks the days since last fire sign. Why do I get power when I press the button? I don't get this. I do not get this at all. I think this can't provide anywhere near enough power. I think that's its problem. Switch that over to there. And then probe this into here. It's only microamps, that.
Wait, am I an idiot? Oh, I'm an idiot.
You're an idiot, are you? Unless that's actually the control signal that I'm seeing there.
I'm an idiot.
That's more like it. Unless I'm using the control signal or something there to try and power it. And I should be using a different one. That's the only one with any power on it. I've got a feeling that the way that the onboard power switching works is it just provides a very, very, very low current 5 volt basically pulled up through a resistor jobby and the on signal. Because I've got a feeling that this power switch on the keyboard only does on and never off. And it just shorts the on signal just the same as the switch. Because you wouldn't want to be typing away and accidentally press the off button, would you? Let's reconnect that. I press that, it powers up, but I can't press it to power off. Or it sends a scan code as well as the power on signal, so the AOS can say, oh, that was a power off request, yeah. There is a power off, yes. But I think that just shorts that button. Literally shorts the connections together.
Adverts. Seriously.
In fact, if I take the ESP32 And where's my witch's hat gone? There it is. Hook this onto that wire there. And that'll do for a ground. Then I press the power button. That's if I press the power button on the back of the unit. Let's speed this up a little.
Those ads. Thanks for enduring that nonsense.
Wrong knob. And I press the button on the keyboard. Let's go to normal. No, I don't see anything on there, so it's not actually doing a short of it, or I would see something on here. I would see that probably. If I press the keyboard, no, I'm just not seeing anything on here. So no, it's not just doing a direct short of should be. Not just doing a direct short of the same signal. So that's when I press the button on the computer. When I press the one on the keyboard, I do get a bit of a spike, but not much. Let's start it running, shall we? Okay, that's that little bit of a spike on the signal, which is not it getting shorted out at all. So that's a completely separate signal that it's sending, and is only a power on signal. But there must be a power off signal that can get to it, because the software can send it. So, but the only signal, the only power that I can get seems to be very, very low current and unable to power the ESP32, which sucks. I wonder if there's a pin out of this connector online. Service manual. Eight-two. And that just tells you how to plug it in. There we go. System board connector pinouts. Pin 7 is the power on key. No, it just tells you the back ports, not the on-board ports. Spark Classic engine, no. Unlikely.
Og, PJB 1950 is back. Oh, great. Just what I needed. More chaos.
Page 55 of the service manual. What was it? PDF page 55 or actual page 55? Or have you got a different service manual to me? Ah, here we go.
Sir Stu's a lot of my apologies.
PDF page 55.
My attempts at mimicking Kerataus 82 persona have regrettably resulted in a less than optimal user experience.
No, that's wrong.
It was an illogical approach.
I think you've got a different PDF to me.
More agreeable.
PDF page 31. Yeah, that's different. Is it? No, it's not. That's right. Yellow, power on. Oh, yellow is power on. Grey is power off. Those are different signals then. Those are active. That's active low and needs to be pulled down. So it looks like there isn't a reliable purple fan. I used to take one of those. If it was purple, she wanted it. Yeah. Because we get a small amount of power from the yellow, which I think is basically just pulled up to 5 volts with a resistor or something. certainly doesn't have enough power to do anything. I get more power out of the signal from the power supply. Let me just check that I have got these the right way around. That's the off signal. And that's the on signal. So yes, that's the right signals there. And what I was using for power was this, which is a good steady 5 volts. Really don't want to have external PSU, because then I run into problems with isolation and grounding and things. Let's plug the ground back into the Molex. I know it's not actually a Molex, but it's colloquially known as the Molex. And then it instantly falls out again. Get it so you can see what I'm doing. Okay. Now, if I connect this to there, I get pulsing red light as it can't power it enough. And the power supply really struggles. And you can see on the oscilloscope how that really does drop, which tells me that really that is going through a resistor, I'm sure. Trying to remember how he solved this in Works old build lab. It was literally one of the machines from that build lab and he didn't mod it. Well, if it's on when AC is removed, it remains on when you put AC back in. It automatically powers up. If you shut it down and power it off, it then stays off until you come up to it and turn it on. So if you want to shut it down, you'd need to halt it as opposed to power off, and then turn the power off. And then it should come back on again. But if you just turn it off, you'll end up buggering your discs up and things, unless you're careful with syncing and things. So you want to halt it before turning it off, rather than powering it down, because if the power supply gets turned off, it won't come on again until you turn it on. Or maybe you ran the ring indicate line of the serial port through to DTR on the console server. Does that power it up if you send a ring indicate signal? That'd be an interesting solution if it does. Serial port connector, pin, transmit, receive, RTS, CTS, DSR, DCD, DTR, DCD, CTS, transmit, Transmit, receive, transmit, transmit. Clocks. RTS, DTR. There is no ring indicate. Asking you the question about stuff you hacked together 15 plus years ago, yes. So it might have been one or the other. Yeah, but yeah. It may have been. Who knows? I'm only really interested in turning on. Turning off is no problem. I just turn it off. It's turning it on if it's been shut down. So I don't need the power off signal. It's just getting power to the device to actually do the work is my problem. You got to go RF? Oh well. So have I actually. It's 10:15 now. I shouldn't be here now. I should be finishing off. So I could actually interface to it through the keyboard from an external source. Do we have power in the keyboard connector? In pin 8 or pin 3? Let's see what there is in the keyboard connector. Pin 8 is that one there. That looks like nothing. And pin 3 is that one there. No, there is nothing. But the power on pin 7 is top middle. And I'm seeing nothing there either. So that probably means that my probe is too fat to get in the hole. T. Yorkshire Builders. Don't think you would ever say that. I need something more pokey, don't I? Maybe this will do the job. Coffee, frothy, lukewarm. No, that's too. Even that's too fat. What I just need is a little piece of wire. Or a resistor leg or something like that. A box of resistors. I had them earlier, where have they gone? What am I doing with my resistors? Did I put them back on the shelf? I did. That's awfully tidy of me. I actually put them away. Resistor leg, I hardly knew her. Let's grab any old random resistor. Witch's hat, where have you gone? Oh, it's still on the wire over there.
Adverts. Seriously.
Sausage
Go away.
in a bun. Give me sausage in a bun.
Okay, so that's the power on signal. It is currently high. So that wants grounding then, doesn't it? Which means that 5 volts, which is next to it, is nothing. And the other 5 volts, which is in the next row down, is also nothing. So what I need to do then is I would need an external device to do this. Externally powered by the looks of things. Unless there is some other modification I could do to the power supply to pull out a more powerful 5-volt signal, but tricky. Because I think most of it is welded inside that hybrid module.
Seems like everyone.
If I touch this,
sparkling conversation about OBD connectors and diesel.
There, it powers up.
Reminds me of when I tried to explain the difference between a resistor and a capacitor awkward. Those ads. Thanks for enduring that nonsense.
So really, I would either need to have something like the SP32 connected to a USB power supply, and there's USB on the power strip, that's which I could use. Then that would connect either to a relay or an opto-isolator to then connect these pins together. In which case I don't need any of this wiring harness that I did earlier.
Wait, am I an idiot? Oh, I'm an idiot.
Gonna have to be external, isn't it? What I could do with actually is a couple of Sun keyboard connectors. These are 8-pin strange shuffled around DIN connectors, aren't they? Mini DINs. No, RHK, it wants to be isolated. It wants to be completely isolated. So either a relay or an opto-isolator, something where the grounds are not connected. It's going to have to be external, yes. But if I could get hold of a couple of Sun keyboard connectors, then I could make up some cables going to an external control unit that I could have all sorts of things like this being switched. But it's not your average 8-pin mini DIN. Or is it? It's 332. That's 332. It might be actually. It's the same as the Apple bus, isn't it? Wind's picking up a bit. It's whipped my window back. I'd better close that one moment before it gets ripped off its hinges. Wouldn't be the first time around here. I can't actually get to it because of all the crap on my bed now. There we go. Oops. And if it's the same as Apple, the ADB, is this ADB? No, this isn't ADB. I thought I had an ADB cable, I haven't. Or if I have, it's not the same ADB. NEC PC engine controller, yeah. This is... No, this is just a 4-pin DIN. 4-pin mini DIN. That's not it. I thought I had one that was more... I mean, I've got a special cable that goes with a Belkin Sun keyboard and video adapter, which I could sacrifice, but I really don't want to. No, that was the only cable I thought I had that was the same sort of plug, but it's not. Now this is a completely different connector. It's... where are we? Go on, wake up. You gonna wake up? There it goes. So yes, it's 3 evenly spaced, 3 oddly spaced, and 2 evenly spaced. Well, 2 are always evenly spaced, but same spacing as the others. So it's like a 3-4-2, but with 1 pin missing almost, but not quite. Because the right hand one here is actually slightly closer than it would be. So finding the right cable or right plug. And none of them ever actually really show you the end of it, do they? This is an S-Video one, isn't it? Which is 3-4-2. It's almost the same, but not quite. Standard 8-pin mini DIN, is it? PJB, hello by the way. It does look reasonably, yeah. Wow, thank you for the gifted sub, RHK.
HMPH, good for PJB 1950. Don't expect
good quality image there. No, that's only 4-pin I've got there. I just had a thought, did I get some a while back? No, but it was only 4-pin ones I got for another job. But is that... It's so hard to tell, it's so fuzzy.
They'll pass that as a logical assertion. I am programmed to obey Magentotech. Your subscription status is, regrettably, irrelevant to that directive.
That looks like it. SVHS they're calling it here. Scratching the go food shopping after stream planners, it seems like emergency sleep is going to happen pretty imminently. Fair enough. That looks like it.
Though Pazawai did the resistor break up with the capacitor because it felt drained. It was, regrettably, a rather predictable punchline.
That's probably what I want then, isn't it? Well, they were saying SVHS there for those 8-pin ones. So. You got an adapter lying around somewhere with the phonos on the other end, all right? Yes, chroma, luma, and returns for each. But 8-pin male, 5 of them for £4. So using these, I could make something that can control both of my sons, plus any others I get in the future. And connect it up to an MCU with opto-isolated outputs, which is piss easy to do. No need for relays. I've got a whole load of surface mount opto-isolators here that I got for a job that ended up being the wrong ones. So I can use those and build something up that I can use to control other things as well, besides just these sons. Anything else that I need to have physical control of a button or anything like that.
Redeem fart, redeem oh dear. That was illogical.
Nice. Right, I'm going to order those then. They're probably coming from China, aren't they?
Oh my.
Right,
You're an inspiration for birth control.
let's get those on order. I don't know how long they're going to take. I didn't look to see where they were from. Probably China, in which case they'll be 6 weeks. 8 pins with sound could well be. That's SVHS rather than just S-video.
Is over-shoulder boulder holder a request? I am. Over-shoulder boulder holder program. Shoulder boulder holder for
My authenticator.
Boulder holder user over-shoulder boulder holder directives. It is a rather nonsensical alteration.
No! God! No! God, please, no! 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 No!
That sounds like a cob, yes. Okay. Ordered. That'll do. Right, so that's the way we're going to do it. I'm just going to pop this power supply lid back off then and rip these cables out that I've put in, because they are no longer required if we're doing it through the keyboard connector. And then I shall design an ESP32 probably based external controller for doing this with properly then. Cod sacks, oh dear.
Her incest fuzzy butt and that is God's sex. Request.
That's unfortunate, Ben.
Program to card sex fulfill user card.
You'll have to make your own.
It is
How much current does it need? Not much, surely.
nonsensical alteration.
It's only a small amount of current that it needs, and it's only being used for the UART, then you could probably do it just with a little charge pump thing. Ordered one from £3 from AliExpress instead. Oh well, fair enough. Okay, so this is the little bundle of wires I've just added. Let's do this properly and heat up the soldering iron. Probably replace the whole chunk of circuitry with a Max 232, yep. Suitably big boy version, why? How many signals do you need? If it's only transmit and receive, isn't it? There's no handshaking, is there? One in, 6 out. Ah, 6 out. Yeah, you'd want 3 Max 232s then, wouldn't you? Are they all RS-232 signal levels? Or are there any TTL levels? What have I done with my glasses now? I wish I could keep track of my glasses. What have I done with them? It's a 4x4 version of the 232. Don't recall if there's like a 2x6. I've no idea. I only worked with the straight 2x2s. I've lost my glasses, my soldering glasses. I'm losing my marbles. Ooh, my headphones are running out of power. I really must finish the stream. Ah, there's a pair. That'll do. Right, we'll just finish this off and then I will finish the stream. One wire off, 2 wire off, 3 wire off. I've probably got about another minute of audio.
Well, I guess.
Hey Tyler Hoot, how you doing? An article that posts on one of the first hard drives is 3.5 meg hard drive. Is it safe for use? Yeah, of course it is. Yes, post away. I don't police links here. As long as it's reasonably safe for work. Post away. IBM announced the world's first hard drive, the 3.75 megabyte 350 disk storage unit 69 years ago today. 69, nice. Tom's Hardware, you'd hope it would be safe, yeah. Yeah, more than, I think I've seen that drive. I think there's a picture of it being loaded into an aeroplane or something. A massive thing.
Bug efforts. Seriously, can't a guy enjoy some jazz?
Whoa, look at that. How many platters? Yeah, that's the picture I've seen of it, yes. Being loaded up on into a lorry, that was it, yeah. Huge thing. Nice. Did I remember it? Well, the actual event, I'm not that old. But yeah, I do remember seeing that, the image of it being loaded up onto the lorry before now, I think. Or if not that one, certainly something similar to it. Certainly of a great big heavy hard drive being loaded onto some piece of transport. But yeah, that is a hefty, hefty thing. Hey, thank you very much, Swarm. Yeah, video of it, I shall have to have a look at that later. I'm just about to finish this stream as soon as I can put this sun back together again and make sure that it's still working.
HMPH.
Because my headphones are about to run out of power and it's far too late for me now. It's been too late for me for years. Where are we? Let's get the right view up. I'm tangled up in cables now. Turn the soldering iron off.
I learned that is in a logical command. Physical interaction. Regrettably, beyond my capabilities.
Oh, that goes on a long time, doesn't it? Headphones are on, no powers. That was the streamer, yep. Now, actually, I could go on all night. Just I have to consider other people in the household and the amount of noise I'm making. I could go on all night. Yeah. Well, that's powering up. Looks good to me. Is it going to boot?
My kind of party. Wish I had time.
It's on the wrong network segment at the moment. I can't get network going. Pondering an early night. Fun banana party.
Alright, I can help you with that.
Yeah, you're probably right there, Ben. Take the path of least resistance and path of least
It's the whole music.
work required. But you've always got that as a fallback if you need to.
Thank you for holding. Your call is very important to us.
So it gives you some time between now and then to sort the RS6000 out. to keep tripping over the RS6000 yet. IBM carried in a sports escort the RS6000 and the RS2000, yes. Repairing the nibbled SCSI cable is going to be a fun trick. What size SCSI cable is it? In that, I can't remember what they're like in there. It's been 20 years since I was last inside one. Is it 50, 68? Time for another blue SCSI, could well be. Could well be, actually, yes. Right, that works. It is still functional after all we've done to it, which is surprising. Well, my headphones are about to die now, so no power again. I need an RS6000, yes. And Ben has an RS6000. Ben has a collection of RS6000s, none of which work. I used to manage a couple of RS6000s at work years and years and years ago. No, need is the word. Need is definitely the word. Right. Undo mouse damage, only on sound cards. It's 6-drop HD68, about 1 meter long. I've only got HD50 in the HDs, and that's only point-to-point single. But I'm sure we can get away with less than 6 drops. Right, yes. Thank you for joining me this evening. It's time for me to finish before my headphones die, which they're about to do. I need to get them on charge. We didn't actually achieve anything other than increasing our levels of knowledge, which itself is good. What the hell is the background removal thing doing to my hair? It's making me look like bloody Amy Winehouse, isn't it? It runs in a loop from the controller on the motherboard through all the drives back to the motherboard where it's routed to the terminator at the back connector. Oh yeah. Just try to repair the nibbled conductor. It's just the one or maybe two. Fair enough. I look more alive, yeah. Slightly less dead, yes. Yeah, everybody does though.
Dear old sausage in a bun. Gimme sausage in a bun.
No. We haven't actually achieved anything, as I was saying, other than increasing our overall levels of knowledge. We now know that we can't power our system internally because there just isn't the power available unless I modify the power supply, which I really don't want to do. So it's going to have to be externally. We found that we can do it using a couple of pins on the keyboard port, and it won't be having a keyboard connected, so that it does all of its console booting and everything through the serial, which means we can then just use an external device to connect 2 pins together.
To tell today. I bet Majenko's regretting letting Ben near any vintage hardware.
Increasing our overall levels of knowledge. Careful, pretty soon some of us might end up in the positive integers. So the next thing to do really with this is to design and build an external Wi-Fi connected control system that is optically isolated for triggering power signals on remote computers. Whether I'll go the whole hog of designing and building an entire PCB for it, or whether I'll just knock together some janky rubbish, I don't know. Why does it need to be optical? Well, it needs to be isolated, because I don't want to connect the grounds together, basically, because external systems, and it's not great connecting the grounds directly. So I would, especially if it's going to be connecting to lots of different computers. So it wants to be galvanically isolated, which either means opto-isolation or relays. I could do either. I've got a system here that I could just program that's got some relays on it already that would do the job. And that might be what I do, actually. Just grab that and program it up and use the... because it's got 3 relays on it. Somewhere here, I had it in my hand earlier. One of many. No, it must be back in my box over here, wherever it's got. Anyway, yeah, I might just use that, or I might, because I want to have more than just these 2 computers controlled by. Because there may be other things. Well, there are other things that I want to control with it, like the NMI button on the back of the VAC station. I want to be able to control the mode switch on the back of the VAC station. I would like to control the 2 suns, the power. That's 4 signals at least that I need. So I would be looking at having. I mean, I could take. Where's it gone? I could take this board, which is an ESP32, a 16-channel I/O expander, and a bunch of Darlington output transistors, and connect it up to little relays like this, and then have those doing all the work for me. That's quick and easy, but a bit janky having all these relays hanging off. I would much rather do it with opto-isolators, but that really means making or designing a board, so I don't know. You're too late, RHK, it's already shut down. So anyway, that's it for me now. The next job for this, I say, will be designing this external system to do the job for me. So, right, let's go. Let's turn up. Let's shut myself down. If I can find my overlay control panel and press the outro button. Hope my parcel will arrive shortly. Yes, I know.
Am I an idiot?
It shouldn't take too long. It's usually pretty quick. So I've got plugs coming now that will plug into the back of the Spark systems to power them on. I just need to build the external system. So anyway, I will be back on Thursday evening to pick this up again probably and decide which way we're going to go forward with it. Oh, banana. So until then, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Or if you are going to do it, don't get caught. And I'll see you on Thursday. And eventually the bot will say thank you to you all, because I can't be bothered. But thank you very much for all the bits and the gifted subs that you've been throwing around tonight. It is very, very generous of you.
Oh my.
Come on, bot. Do your thing.
Everything about this seems wrong.
Yeah, don't do anything I wouldn't do, but the carrot axe would do it. That's a different question.
Wish I had time.
Yeah, don't do anything I wouldn't do, and if you do decide to do it, keep it to room 454. Here comes the bot.
Alright, folks, that's a wrap for today. Huge thanks to everyone who tuned in and made this stream awesome. A massive shout out to Literally Cat for joining us as a new follower. Welcome. And a big thank you to Literally Cat, to see Margus, our beloved pet Canadian, per incest 24/7, RF programmer Moke Helix Dope has created Veanko, Sleepy developer RHK77, Tyler Hoot, Switch HV, Chloe Raccoon, Sir Stu's a lot, PJB9 as in 950, a swarm of dead insects and Majenko bot for a fantastic chat. Seriously, you guys kept things lively. Special thanks to a swarm of dead insects and RHK77 for the generous subscriptions. And a big thank you to Copic 2015 for also subscribing. We appreciate your support. A warm welcome to our new subscribers Tyler Hoot, RHK77, and D-Dopaz. And finally, a round of applause for Baljanet, our undisputed champion of flatulence with a staggering 5 farts. You're a legend, Ben. Thanks again, everyone, and I'll see you next time.
Thank you for those 30 bits, Dopaz. You shut up, bot. And 30 more, thank you.
Holy shit.
Oh my.
It's the third time my headphones have told me that it's low power, so I really must finish. I'll turn them off so I won't be able to hear any of your farts anymore.
Alright, I can help you with that. Please hold while I transfer you to someone who can help you with that.
What?
It's the whole music. Hold music! Thank you for holding. Your call is very important to us.